Audio check, audio check. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another Abel Jets Virtual Group livestream. I am your host, as always, Freezing Falcon, founder and CEO of Abel Jets Virtual Group. I hope that you are all doing well wherever you are watching this livestream from. I know it's quite been a while since last time we did a livestream. I think that was already 2 weeks ago. I was pretty busy traveling between cities in the country. Had some businesses that I needed to do, and also actually an interview on a job interview actually on a new place that I'm planning to work from. It is still within the aerospace field, folks, which fortunately still goes in line with my studies as an aerospace engineer. I'll let you know perhaps when the results are out, but I can't promise you about that. Lalu definitely knows where is my what is the company that I'm applying for. So if you are watching this, Lalu, if you know, you know. Hi folks, as mentioned in the title of this livestream, we will be taking the recently repainted default actually Asobo Studio's Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner, sporting the iconic Abel Jets Virtual Group Goldenliner livery, as you can see here. Some of you who might have previously played Voice Flight Simulator are perhaps familiar with this particular livery, which is featured in several of Abel Jets Virtual Group's media and movies, promotional media, etc. This was also the flagship livery of Abel Jets MCC before many other special liveries came into motion. The first livery, the Goldenliner livery itself was originally painted in 2020 and introduced to Voice Flight Simulator in 2021, which shook the community quite a bit. The Voice Flight Simulator community, that was. And now in 2025, it is here in Microsoft Flight Simulator. This livery is meant to represent the the progress that Abel Jets Virtual Group has accumulated throughout the years since its inception in 2013. We are 12 years old now in December. This particular livery, as I've mentioned, was painted to commemorate Abel Jets Virtual Group's 7th birthday back then in 2021. Which is carried on to this date, the livery, as well as the legacy that the Virtual Business Group carried from Voice Flight Simulator and the other subsidiaries that joined the Virtual Business Group throughout the years. In this evening's flight, folks, as you may see, we are not part of any group flights that we usually join. This is because Aldo and some of the other VATSIM Indonesia streamers, they are not currently available to stream tonight or this evening, which means that we are doing a group flight on our own here, ladies and gentlemen. For this evening's live stream, we will be departing out of the bustling capital of Vietnam, out of Hanoi, Noi Bai International Airport. I hope I pronounced that name right. If there is any Vietnamese viewers here, folks, in the chat, please do let me know if I mispronounce it. We'll be heading towards Bali, the tourism hotspot of Indonesia, about 5 hours away. down to the south, that is, into its Gusti Ngurah International Airport. Hopefully we will have some ATC coverage throughout the journey, considering that this is a Friday evening in Southeast Asia, where there is usually quite a lot of ATC coverage. Not quite a lot, but you know, there is some ATC coverage throughout the region. The particular airframe that we are flying this evening, ladies and gentlemen, the Goldenliner livery, she bears the registration of Foxtrot Alpha Juliet Sierra Yankee, where the Sierra Yankee denotation, the Sierra Yankee part of the registration there denotes the abbreviation for 7th year, because this livery was painted, as I've mentioned, to commemorate Abel Jets Virtual Group's 7th anniversary back in 2021. It also bears the nose name of I can't really remember. My apologies, folks. I have to check on the description of this live stream. It's usually there. He bears the nose name of Cordelia Edevane and operates for Abel Jets MCC, where the MCC part of it, the MCC part of the name of the subsidiary there stands for medium cost carrier, where Abel Jets MCC itself is the mainline airline or mainline subsidiary, the primary workhorse of Abel Jets Virtual Group. Alright folks, without further ado, let's head into the flight deck of this beautiful aircraft, beautifully painted by... was it by me or Thomas Cook 221? You guess in the comment section, folks, or in the live chat. And we'll fly her to Bali. It'll be, as I've mentioned, a 5-hour long flight, give or take, depending on the wind conditions. I haven't even actually set up the SimBrief flight plan for this evening's flight, so yeah, I'll have to look into that momentarily. So I've mentioned a beautiful looking aircraft. There we go. Thank you for keeping our dreams aloft. Abel Jets Group, ruling the skies since 2013. What a name. Alright, welcome on board. You know, this is the default Asobo 787 cockpit, which has been upgraded, shall I say, by working title simulations. It includes, you know, the VNAV, LNAV, and many other functions provided during the aircraft and avionics update 2, if I'm not mistaken. U2, I think that was. And you know what, folks? I've just discovered that the MCP on board the 787-10, it can be linked with the WinWing PAP3 autopilot panel in case that you have one. As you can see here, I'm modulating the switches, as you can see, 2 at the same time using the PAP autopilot panel, which is very cool. One thing I like with the WinWing PAP3 autopilot panel, the MCP panel, is that it is compatible with many Boeing aircraft in the simulator, such as not just the 737 that it was designed or it was based from, but the 777, the PMDG 777, the unit works there as well. Oh, interesting. I think I've found the screenshots and something else. No worries. Alright. Yeah, the 777 and now the 787 as well. I don't know if it works with the default 747 yet, but yeah, we'll have to see when we fly the 747 again in the near future, hopefully. Alright, folks, let me just try to set up a flight plan through SimBrief here, as usual. Thomas and Lalo will be joining us momentarily, hopefully. Lalo's bringing a 777, he said. Still no signs of Thomas yet. But he said he'll be joining us this evening. Okay. SimBrief, let me just try to create a flight plan for us this evening. First, our call sign today will be Abel 1213. Departing from Victor Victor November Bravo to Whiskey Alpha Delta Delta. Aircraft registration is Foxtrot Alpha Juliet Sierra Yankee. Scheduled walk time will be about 4 hours and 40 minutes according to SimBrief. Departing out of runway 29 left. Yeah, we'll take the departure an hour from now. Take step climbs if possible. We'll be departing out of the November Alpha Hotel 3 Charlie Sid. Let's see our alternates for this evening. Will be good. Good, Surabaya, Lombok, and Makassar. Calculate, compare. 34.7 tons of fuel. Let's add an additional 15 minutes of loading fuel. Hopefully that will be sufficient in case there's some ATC over the Sigmets. Oh, actually, are there any Sigmets in the area this evening? Well, unfortunately, there is one. Just over Hanoi, actually. Well, I can't see anything out of the simulator here. Some bits over Hanoi and the Philippines as well. Oh, you know what, folks? Let me just try to set a screen here. Oops. Hold on. Video capture Firefox. So you can also see me making the flight plan here, folks. Check it, Firefox window. There we go. Cursor. There we go.
Atas nama segenap bangsa Nusa Antara.
There we go. Should be good now. Yep, as you can see, there are some Sigmets alongside our route this evening, especially near Hanoi here.
Terima kasih telah senantiasa bersemayam menjaga.
Let's see. Victor Victor November Bravo. What are the available seats? VVNB is our initial waypoint. This was our original route. I'll just take this one. No need to fiddle it with many other things. We'll just request weather aviation here from Hoshi to Sarawak if it is possible later on during the flight. Okay. Let's check out the flight plan here. We'll we'll pre-file that into VATSIM. You can see that goes our flight plan. Initial climb to level 360, cost index of 150, route distance about 2,100 nautical miles.
Is the most beautiful
ISA deviation 8 degrees, that should be good. Do we have any step climbs?
the land where we were
Preview,
born,
preview.
the nation,
There's one near waypoint.
so many colors
Wulu,
that live together
level 380.
with a million timeless
You'll have to
treasures
take note into that.
with an
Wulu.
abundance of natural wealth. Indonesia is not just wonderful. Indonesia is a wonderland.
Todam, Ashisu. Oh, should be quite early, is it? Isn't it? Somewhere around here. Danang, Sari, Bansu, Mumga, Hatin, Sonus, Hamid, Meryl, Vidat, Bansu. Yeah, about here. Somewhere around here, I suppose. Should we get 15 minutes of additional fuel there? Zero fuel weight will be 170.8 tons, about 22 tons short of our maximum fuel weight. M2 is good, quite far from the M2. Sorry, estimated ETO. The ETO is quite far away from the M2, which is good. We are also beneath our MLW, which is also good. Alright, let's pre-file the flight plan into VATSIM and get ourselves ready for this evening's flight. We'll turn off the Firefox overlay, there we go. There goes someone, perhaps it's Lalu. Bringing us through VATSIM. Alright, flight plan filed, enjoy your flight. Yeah, there goes Lalu flying the Garuda Indonesia 777-300ER. The Rotfox Hoshi control is actually online. Interestingly. Will we be transiting through the airspace? Obviously we will. The Hoshi control is online. But what's it called? Hanoi control is offline as far as we are speaking. Thomas is just next to us by the looks of it. Alright, flight plan has been filed. Oops. Yes, we'll obviously use same tensions. Route west. Deck settings, weight and balance. We'll try to sync things here. Reload sim brief. There we go, sim brief loaded. Load the route. Route has been loaded. Zero fuel weight 170.8, that should be good. Right, request alternates. Alternates are in sequence. My mouse is not cooperating well, unfortunately, this evening. Catering service, VATSIM. Sultan Hasanuddin, Alpha Alpha, Makassar, Surabaya, and Lombok. These are our alternates for this evening. Let's request the winds. Wind data request.
Bangsa Indonesia dengan menyatakan kemerdekaan Indonesia.
Load the wind data. Should be good. VNAV, flying forecast, load those. The transition altitude is 18,000. That could be possible. I thought it's somewhere around 11,000 across Southeast Asia, or the majority of it. Oh, 9,000 there, as you can see. 9,000. It is in Vietnam. There we go, 9,000. Climb. On the descent page, we'll load the wind data as well, and the transition level is 130 there. Okay, should be good. Oops. I think I pressed the wrong switch there. There we go. The customers in the Abel Jets MCC A380. Massive aircraft, as you can see, obviously. The fly-by-wire A380, that is. You can also see Lalu flying the Garuda Indonesia 777-300ER on the right hand side of the aircraft. Just checking if the flight plan has been filed into VATSIM, which it is. On the other hand, folks, Thomas is flying the what's it called? The 2021 Crystal Special Livery of Abel Jets Virtual Group, which I'll let you guys know momentarily when he filed his flight plan of some sort of. Just try to update my model matching here, because I cannot see Lalu's aircraft there. Hopefully this should fix that. It'll be on our right hand side. There we go. Alright, screenshot time then, I suppose. Actually, let me just fiddle with case plane here. Oh. Set it to drone. There we go. Take some screenshots before we depart out of Hanoi this evening. Completely forgot the key to set the motion blur here. Sorry, not the motion blur, but you know, the depth of field. Let's try to find that on chase plane. Be somewhere around here. No. References. Control assignment. Suppose functions. It should be somewhere around here. Camera accents. There we go. Should be somewhere on the bottom. There we go. Button 14. Button 14. Which one's button 14? Apologies, folks. Let's try to find that out. Must 5. Button 14. Where is button 14? Button 14. Yeah, that's that one, obviously, as you can see. We good? Yep. There goes the depth of field activated. Try to get some screenshots here. There we go. There's refueling as well.
The refueling truck is on its way.
There we go, got some screenshots. Let's head back in. Prepare ourselves. Flight plan has been filed. Let's initialize flights. Performance, we'll leave that off. Let's do the overhead panel. We've aligned the IRS earlier before the stream. What's the OAT? 39 degrees centigrade will definitely fire up the APU now. Because we don't have any we don't have any air conditioning units available for the aircraft, unfortunately. It's a freeway aircraft. Can't really hope much. But at least it's VATSIM capable, so yeah, that should be sufficient. Don't need those. Humidifiers on. Packs are on auto. Should be good. Overhead should be good. UHF 122.8 as usual. Fire up the Unicom frequency. to 1.5. Transponder 2000. As usual folks, in case that you want to chat alongside us in this evening's group flight, you can head over to the company frequency at 123.210 megahertz. Okay, company frequency is now active folks, as usual 123.210 megahertz. That is our company frequency. We'll add some lighting to the flight deck, shall we? It's quite dark. Measure brightness. Folks, on the other hand, I'll try to find some sort of mouse pad for my mouse here, because it's not necessarily a good surface, I suppose, for my mouse. It's a glass covered table with you know, some snippets beneath the table, beneath the glass cover. So yeah, I don't think it provides the best tracking for the mouse. So I'll try to find like a paper or something just to put my mouse on. Apologies for the inconvenience folks, I'll see you guys in about a minute or two from now.
Sampai frekuensi radio check.
Alright folks, I'm back. Apologies for the inconvenience there. Let's just try to fiddle with the model matching again, because Thomas is actually flying a special livery E380S. Oh, we'll do that later. And I'll just do that later. Alright, head back into flight deck we go. Start the boarding process.
Sampai radio check.
Here you 555 cap, radio check as well.
Roger. Aku cuma mau nanya departure runway MSFS plan-nya di runway berapa dan sesuai di apa?
29er left, November Alpha Hotel 3 Charlie sih cap kalau tempat aku.
Roger, 29 November Alpha Hotel 3 Charlie.
Import our flight plan into team brief there. Take yourself in for the should get. Alright. Let's start the boarding process as well.
Boarding requested.
Gateway should be connected with our left hand side door there. You can see. We'll check the ECL. Just the electronic checklist, pre-flight checklist. Parking brake is set. No, please. Fuel control switches cut off, which they are. Performance take off. This is our perf in it. Cost index 150. Fuel weight, reserves, fuel reserves gonna be about I'll just put 3.5 tons. Thrust limits will do this after we've done our EFB calculations, which is just here. Airport search.
Radio check, company calling.
555 Pak Thomas. Copy FMC data. Try to do that again. Change. Alright, we'll just use the CM brief performance calculator then, I suppose. VVNB, runway 29 left. Takeoff weight's gonna be about 206.66 tons. Flaps 5 for departure, 2 rated thrust, 3 rated takeoff 1. Assumed temperature is 41 degrees Celsius, should be good. Flaps 5. CG 52.75. Takeoff cross weight 206.6. I'll leave the VSPs later on once we have received our final load sheet. 166 is our V2, which is quite high actually. Initial climb, we'll set that to 9,000 feet. See. Airport briefing. There's a lot of them. Lots and lots of them. Yeah, those are just for the movements. No significant things. Just use NADP2 for departure. 289 is the initial heading. Fit that into the MCP. Set the bank angle limiter to auto. To 89er. Be good. Flight director's coming on. Auto throttle is on. Should be good. Local QNH here in Saigon. Oh, sorry, Saigon. In Hoshi. Oh, sorry, Hoshi. In Hanoi. It's 1000. Quite a low temperature there, which usually signifies of bad weather. Are we on live weather actually? Yes we are. Should be good. Alright, let's do the departure briefing, shall we? Alright, we will be pushing back from Terminal 2, the international terminal at Hanoi, Noi Bai International Airport. Pushing back from stand number... which stand number is this? Number 19, pushing back to what's the southeast, expecting runway 2 another left for departure. We'll taxi by Victor, then to Sierra. All the way through holding points here at 10 for a full length departure out of runway 2 another left. I think it's like 3,800 meters long runway. We will be taking the November Alpha Hotel 3 Charlie departure. The Namha, hope we pronounced that right. Namha 3 Charlie departure, out of runway 2 another left. Initial climb. Not listed, but it's usually transition altitude there, 9,000. The product fly, oh sorry, we'll fly runway heading after airborne. Then to November Bravo 200, 201, Shubub. Shubub, we must be at least level 130 there. To Ikolu 160 or more, then to Namha. November Bravo 290, we have to be at 5,000 or more. 8,000 or more at November Bravo 201, and so on, so on. The MSA, mean safe altitude, minimum safe altitude around the airport preference points is divided into several sectors. On the western side is 5,600 meters. My apologies, folks. I'm not necessarily in the most, optimum condition this evening. It's 5,600 feet or more, then 6,700 feet or more on the northern side, and 3,000 feet or more on the eastern side of the airport. In case of an engine failure, I don't think we'll be able to fly runway heading, because we've got some pretty high terrain there, up to 12,000 feet or more. Just follow the flight plan and hold over Ikolu or Shubub, Shubub, I think it'll be Shubub at about 3,000 feet, and then we'll plan to come back here to runway 29 right. Yeah, it's quite a heavy aircraft for this evening. We are fully loaded, 344 passengers on board, but we are still beneath our maximum landing weight, fortunately, because we are not carrying that lots of fuel, which means we can immediately return back to Hanoi in case we encounter some emergency. Primary threats for this evening will be pilot complacency as well as unfamiliarity with the region. Besides any of those, do you have any questions, comments, or concerns, Cynthia? No? Okay, that should complete the partial briefing then, I suppose. Fortunately, say intentions froze there. Let me just try to reboot that. Fingers crossed it now works. Unfortunately, it gives nothing here. Doesn't detect the aircraft or anything. Again, apologies for the inconvenience here, folks. Right, fire that up one more time. There we go. Hopefully works now. There we go. Finally. Let's greet Laura, shall we? Not Laura, Erica. Good evening, Erica. Welcome on board this morning's flight from Hanoi to Bali. I hope that you are doing well alongside with your crewmates. We have started our boarding here. As usual, if there is anything that goes out of the ordinary, please do let me know. I'm looking forward for a smooth journey with you folks this evening or this morning. Charlie or through Delta Partner. Free Charlie.
Please ensure your seatbelts are fastened and your seats are in the upright position. Thank you for choosing Abel Jets.
There she goes. Takeoff briefings complete. What were our free speeds earlier? This one shouldn't be that far. 166. Yes, I've mentioned pre-flight checklist is complete. Starting point for the before start checks. We have any ATC coverage? Nope, just over Hanoi, that is. Sorry, over Boshi. APU's on. Passenger boarding is almost complete. We'll just do the before takeoff checks now. .75 is the stabilizer trim, the targeted stabilizer trim, that is. Okay, 2.75, boarding's complete. Alright, before start checklist, passenger flight deck door closed and lock, passenger signs on MCP 1662889,000, that is checked. V speeds for departure 152.157.166, city pre-flight completed, trim 0, rudder and aileron trims, those are. Taxi and takeoff briefings completed, anti-collision lights on. Before start checklist is complete. Start. Cabin crew, armed doors and slides please. Pause the music, push and start. Okay, we should be good now. Cabin crew, armed doors and slides please.
We are now preparing for departure. Please ensure your seatbelts are fastened and your seats are in the upright position. Thank you for choosing Abel Jets.
Noi Bai traffic Airbus 616 Foxtrot on 1019, pushing back facing east, expecting runway 29 left for Abel 16 Foxtrot. Noi Bai traffic.
There goes the GSC. Sorry, the pushback took. Thomas is pushing back first, as you can see. play the official Abel Jets Virtual Group safety briefing video as always, folks. There we go. We'll just have to wait for the thermos to clear out.
Hello everyone, I'm Freezing Falcon from Abel Jets Group. Welcome on board one of our aircraft that is part of our 3,000 airplane strong fleet. We're glad to be your airline for your flight
Pak Thomas
today.
bisa long pushback
Before we take off,
biar bisa bareng.
please watch the safety briefing video that will be provided by our
Sorry, short pushback.
Enjoy.
Kayaknya nggak bisa nih.
Oke, ya bisa aman aja.
Ini pesawatnya gede banget.
Oscar.
In 2013, when we made this airline, we concluded that safety is our highest priority. All aircraft already equipped with safety devices such as seatbelt, oxygen mask, and life vest. In accordance with an International Civil Aviation Organization,
Just wait,
seatbelts
folks.
shall be used when in
As
flight.
usual, the patience is the name
So
of the
whenever
game.
the seatbelt sign is lit, please fasten your seatbelt by inserting the clasp into the buckle and tighten by pulling the strap. You can undo your seatbelt by pressing the button.
Yeah, that why your A380 definitely adds some flutters and lags into our simulator here.
Coba aku berhenti di situ, kamu pushback aja. Nah, biar aku bisa belok kok.
Ntar aku lihat victim clearance ya.
Welcome to Abel Maintenance Facility. AMF is the world's leading in maintaining aircraft. We have this big hangar which able to accommodate up to 8 jumbos at 380 at a given time. This is the proof that we never jeopardize safety. Also, we change the life jacket whenever
Victim clearance nggak dapat, Pak Thomas.
facility.
Aku nunggu kamu aja nggak apa-apa.
Baiklah.
Lah gede banget kapalnya masalahnya. We'll just wait, folks. Thomas, clear out.
In the event of emergency landing, please take a moment to locate your life jackets. It will be below your seat, under the seat in front of you, or under the bed for first class passenger. To use the life jacket, simply take your life jacket, put it over your head, pass the strap around your waist, clip at the front and tighten it. There's a red tag and mouthpiece for inflation and whistle to attract attention. Please inflate your life jacket after leaving the aircraft.
Whenever the aircraft loses the oxygen pressure, a mask will drop from above. Put it on your nose and tighten the strap. Oxygen will flow when you breathe. Secure your mask
Hi Erica,
first
can you please
before
let the
assisting
passengers know
others.
that we will be pushing back momentarily. We're just waiting for an Airbus A380 to complete its pushback procedure just on our left hand side. Thank you.
In 2020, we're the world leaders in aviation by number of aircraft by over 3,000 airframe divided into more than 10 child companies, including the Abel Pixel, Abel SAR, Abel Cosmos, Intercontinental, and many more. Also in 2020, we're the first to introduce the aviation our first Abel Jets living room, Abel Premium Economy, Abel Business, Abel First Class,
Noi Bai traffic,
and
Abel
Abel Suite.
16 Foxtrot, descending to runway 29 left via Victor Sierra and holding short Sierra 10. Noi Bai traffic.
Unicom.
Before we depart, please make sure all baggage is secured
Noi
on
Bai
the
traffic,
overhead bin
Able
or under the seat.
213 now pushing back
As
from
we
stand
make
number
safety
16
our
facing to
priority,
the south is expecting
focus
runway
below
29 or left for
depart the
departure.
aircraft.
Noi Bai.
Please deboard the aircraft if you need to smoke.
Noi Bai
Your
traffic,
aircraft is
Indonesia,
equipped with a life raft in case of emergency water landing. Please take a moment to identify your nearest emergency exit. The cabin crew is pointing it out.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
So clear.
We are now nearing our departure time. Please switch your mobile devices into airplane mode now.
Completely forgot
If
about
you
the
have any
hydraulics
questions,
there,
feel free
folks.
to ask them to our cabin crew. They will be more than glad to help you out. Thank you for choosing us, and thank you for keeping our dreams alive.
Online.
Have a very pleasant flight.
Runway 31 left, departure from Kennedy, going back to Lagos.
Powering up engines 2 and 1 together, starting engines 2 and 1.
Roger, runway 9 left, clear for takeoff.
Gentlemen, welcome aboard Abel Jets Flight 1213, departing from Hanoi and flying to Bali. We are currently pushing back from the gate and will be on our way shortly. The estimated flight time is 4 hours and 31 minutes. My name is Erica, and on behalf of Abel Jets, I would like to introduce our captain, VATSIM Abel, and our first officer, Cynthia Schmidt. Joining me in the cabin today are my fellow crew members, Min, Lan and Dewey. Now, I would like to take a moment to go over some important safety information. First, please ensure that your seatbelt is fastened low and tight across your lap. To unfasten, simply lift the buckle. In the event of a loss of cabin pressure, oxygen masks will drop down from the panel above you. Pull the mask towards you to start the flow of oxygen, place it over your nose and mouth, and secure it with the elastic band. Remember to put your own mask on before assisting others. For our overwater flight, life vests are located under your seats. To use them, pull the vest out, slip it over your head, and pull the straps
Engines
tighten.
1 and 2.
Inflate the vest by pulling the red tabs or by blowing into the tube. In the unlikely event of an evacuation, please leave your luggage on board.
Brakes are set.
Your safety is our priority.
For a good engine start.
There are emergency exits located at the front, middle and rear of the aircraft.
We have a good engine start.
Please
You can
take a moment
disconnect.
to locate the nearest exit, which may
Flaps
be
5 for
behind you.
departure.
Once we reach cruising altitude, we will come around with our meal service, and after that, we will have items available for purchase from the Abel Jet shop. Thank you for your attention, and we wish you a pleasant flight. Captain, the cabin is ready for departure.
Roger, thanks for the update, Erica. Nice one, auto. Light control track, radio on one side.
Roger that, Captain.
Pull up. Pull down, neutral. Pull left. Pull right, neutral, motors. Pull left. Pull right, neutral. Light control track is complete.
Unlocking gear.
After start checklist, or full taxi checklist rather, full taxi checks, anti-ice on auto, recall, checks, auto brake RTO, flight controls check, road equipment is being disconnected, APU is offline, select Y for the ground, from the GSE to clear out. Traffic on both sides, there we go. Alright, so you'll receive on the front. Thank you very much for the service, have a great one. Flight equipment is clear before taxi checklist is complete. Standing by for the before takeoff checks. Alright, let's taxi out. Noi Bai traffic. Abel 1213 now taxiing runway 2 another left via Victor Sierra, holding on short of Sierra 10. 4 runway 2 another left. Noi Bai. Get moving. Before takeoff checks, flaps 5 green line. Takeoff checks is complete. Get the ND back to full screen. Set the weather radar on terrain actually. Terrain display.
Now air traffic Indonesia 256, now taxi to runway 29 left, following this traffic, Boeing 78.
Hope you are enjoying the live stream so far, ladies and gentlemen. What a beautiful livery, isn't it?
Noi Bai traffic, Abel 16 Foxtrot taking off runway 29 on left, departure via November Alpha Hotel Nah 3 Charlie. Noi Bai traffic.
There goes Thomas. There you go, see the flyby wire A380X. One. What is that? Is that F-154? Used as, you know, like a firefighting dummy or something. Noi Bai traffic, Abel 1213 now landing up on runway 29 left via Sierra 1 Alpha. Noi Bai.
Wahai Sang Garuda, atas nama segenap bangsa Nusa Antara, tanah air tumpah darah, tanah kami lahir hidup.
Cabin crew, take seats for departure, please.
Kebinekaan yang ika, serta kedamaian abadi. Terima kasih telah senantiasa bersemayam menjaga
Okay,
bumi.
Captain, cabin crew, take seats for landing.
What? Departure. We are taking off, Erica, not landing. Wait for about 3 minutes. Or 4 minutes rather, because he's flying an A380 which has this massive wake turbulence generated from this aircraft. Okay, selalu in the Garuda Indonesia 777.
Noi Bai traffic, Abel 16 Foxtrot, passing waypoint V, Victor Papa Hotel at 4,000 feet, airborne. Noi Bai traffic.
Oh, wait, just wait. As usual, folks, the name of the game is patience. We'll just wait for thumbs to clear out, and we will be heading out shortly. Just a few more moments, folks. Gotta make sure, because he's flying an A380 which has this massive wake turbulence. He's turning now. Alright, I think we are good to go now. We are a heavy as well. His thumbs wake turbulence should not mean that much for another heavy, I suppose. Hanoi traffic, Abel 1213 now departing on the runway 2, manual left via the Namha 3 Charlie departure. Hanoi, let's rock and roll.
Hanoi traffic Indonesia 25 signal leaning up and west runway 29 left. Hanoi.
Stabilized. Setting off thrust.
Left flight.
Thank you, Cap. Set indications from needing us thrust checked. Rotate. Airborne. Faster rate of climb, gears coming up. LNAV, VNAV speed. Bug up. Hanoi traffic, Abel 1213 airborne passing 2000 feet, climbing to flight level 360 final Hanoi. And off we go. Plus one. Checklist is complete. Sorry, checklist incomplete. Yeah, that's just the before takeoff checks should be good. Flaps up, please. And off we go to Bali, ladies and gentlemen. What a lovely aircraft, isn't she? Oops. Bit too much to the left there. You can probably see. With quite an insane climb rate of 5,000 feet per minute, as you saw earlier. Okay, Command Alpha. And to take off, our takeoff checks complete. Clear the checklist page. And off we go. As I mentioned earlier, the nearest ATC station is on Hoshi. Goes 10,000 feet. Set the transition to standard. I'll check passing flight level 111 now, that is checked.
Traffic Indonesia to flight is now departing on runway 29 left via November Blas for Hotel Charlie departure. Hanoi.
all the way up to level 360. Initial cruising altitude for this evening. What a beautiful looking aircraft.
Enjoy the flight.
Hello, traffic Indonesia to Pacific now, airborne passing 3200 and climbing to flight level 350 final. 350 correction. Hanoi.
Safe flight, Cap Lalu. It's quite a long flight, folks. 4 hours and 40 minutes on the block time, as I've mentioned earlier. Jakarta radar is online, folks. No signs of Bali radar online, unfortunately. Wah, Jakarta rame tuh. Di Bali gak ada ATC ya. Unfortunately, still no ATC coverage from Bali at this time point. Jakarta's got some radar coverage now.
Percuma, Pak. Sampai sana juga mati ATC-nya.
Iya, block time-nya aja 4 jam 40 menit, Pak. Ini jaraknya hampir sama kayak ke Hong Kong soalnya.
Itulah.
Dapat ATC-nya di Hoshi sini kayaknya.
Ntar lagi kayaknya mati juga itu ATC Ho Chi Minh.
Enggak mati. Lihat aja. Udah aku booking soalnya atas nama Abel Jets Group.
Gak masalah, kita masih 40 menit lagi baru masuk airspace coy.
Kuat itu sampai 3 jam 4 jam.
Kita lihat doa siapa yang terkabul.
Soalnya yang satu gak mau dapat ATC kan.
Mengarah ke sana.
Perkara sulit. If Thomas is quite literally the contradictory of me, he doesn't really want busy ATC services during his flight in VATSIM, whereas me on the other hand is the complete opposite of him. I really wish for, you know, full ATC coverage when it's possible. So yeah, he was wishing that the controller ahead of us would shut down in the next couple of minutes before we enter their airspace. Jakarta dari delivery sampai radar nyala tuh. Kayaknya ada ujian ya. Apa tuh CPT exam?
Coba aku cek.
Mungkin towernya kali.
Towernya bang ini tuh, bang Jose itu. Groundnya ding bang Jose.
Soalnya towernya ada dua, yang satu harusnya supervisornya kan.
Yang ada X-nya biasanya yang supervisor tuh.
Oh enggak sih, enggak. Salah lihat.
Lah tapi lucu tuh Ben Bang Daniel jadi tower, dia kan C1 ya ratingnya, pegang center biasanya. Take a look at that wing flex, folks. That's the power of composite wings for you. Very flexible.
Jakarta Radar juga buka tuh, baru buka.
Tapi bukanya cuma section kecil gitu gak sih? Kok tuh Ben aneh banget? Biasanya langsung satu coverage gitu.
Kok rame banget yang jadi ATC ya? Maksudku nggak ada event gitu loh. Biasanya juga kalau misalnya apa latihan gitu kan paling cuma 2.
Kalau ada CPT exam biasanya kalau tower nyala, kalau yang diuji sampai tower biasanya cuma sampai radar. Tapi kalau yang lagi exam itu sampai radar, senternya nyala biasanya.
I mean di situ sampai ada 5 orang yang megang satu bandara sama itu airspace-nya.
Dan lucunya bandaranya sepi, cuma satu departure dan satu arrival.
That's why.
Atau mungkin mau ada event pak, baru mau mulai. Kalau nggak ada streamer gede mau lewat. Pak lalu tuh biasanya yang sensitif tuh, kalau ada streamer mau terbang tuh dia. Apalagi yang dari Twitch tuh, Pak Lalu biasanya yang update. Aku nggak punya Twitch soalnya.
Mana ada?
Doa aku sholat Jumat tadi Bali radar nyala sih.
Masih 4 jam lagi, guys.
Leaving the southern coast of Hanoi now, as you can see, and over to the South China Sea we go. On the other hand, folks, in case that you have just joined us this evening, oh sorry, lalu sekali. Oh ya, event haji ini haji op sama itu Saudi VATSIM kah?
Ya.
Tapi jujur aku males pak, udahan Jakarta Jeddah gitu mulu. Kita udah pernah streaming Jakarta Jeddah kayak 3 kali di ini channel ini, 3 apa 4 kali ya.
Tapi di sini kayaknya bukan lebih ke operation dari VATSIM Saudi aja sih.
Oh berarti muter-muter di Saudi.
Katanya ada 100 departure slot, 12 arrival airport sama itulah.
Menarik. VVNB. What's our step
Mana ini Tel Aviv overload?
Weh pak, jangan di channel ini pak, bahaya pak.
Lo itu kan eventnya VATSIM.
Bahaya pak, sensitif pak. And folks, in case that you have just joined us this evening, please kindly hit the like button on the left side of the YouTube stream there to help us grow this YouTube channel and, you know, go alongside with the algorithm, the YouTube algorithm that is. You can also kindly leave a comment down beneath in the live chat and in the comment section as well once this live stream has ended. You can also share this live stream with your friends and colleagues in case that you want to, you know, share our adventures in the wide plane together. On the other hand, in case that you haven't done so, folks, please kindly subscribe to the Abel Jets Virtual Group YouTube channel for free. And don't forget to hit the bell button just right next to it, so you will not miss any future contents that we will make in this channel. And then your subscriptions will be greatly appreciated. If you want to support us financially, you can also head over to our Sociabus page at www.sociabus.com/AbelJetsGroup, or alternatively you can also scan the QR code that is provided on the left hand side of the live stream. And any sorts of financial donations, be that very small to the tiniest ones, are greatly appreciated. Some perks that you might find yourselves with if that you support us financially include your names being painted on the running text just down there on the live stream, and shout outs as well, and messages as well. You can also book some private streams, not private streams, but you know, a stream of your choice with a particular Abel Jets Virtual Group aircraft of your choice as well, which all of them are available fully in our Sociabus page. You can check over, you can head over to. That goes the PA for the initial stage of this evening's live stream. Hope you are enjoying it so far. Tapi ini kok Jakarta radarnya kayak perintilan aja gitu loh, gak satu gede.
Makanya itu menarik. Masalahnya tuh orang sebanyak itu untuk airspace yang lagi sepi gitu loh.
Itu dia. Kataku ya tadi sih mau ada event atau mau ada streamer terbang. Kalau nggak ujian, tapi ujian apa gitu. Because the right hand side window of the aircraft, or the right hand side engine.
Even lurus-lurus itu.
Aku tuh BTW baru nyadar kalau Hanoi itu apa sih, kayak latitude-nya tuh sama dengan Hong Kong. Jadinya aku kira awalnya dia nggak akan sejauh itu, ternyata dia sejauh itu.
Semua jauh di sini, Pak.
Nggak, kalau kayak berangkat dari Saigon tuh kayak dia ntar cuma ya Thailand ini aja, jarak Thailand Jakarta paling 3 jam.
Ini tuh udah setara Kaohsiung, kamu take off dari Kaohsiung ke Jakarta, ke Bali 4 jam.
Iya lagi.
Itu.
Gak apa-apa, paling gak sendirian. BTW Mas Rusdi, apakah ada informasi kapan itu sempro atau sidang tesisnya, seminar tesisnya?
Sekarang lagi tahap sih sebenarnya, lagi tahap nyicil ngirim draft ke Bapak.
Siap, good luck ya Pak. Nanti kalau ada info seminar atau sidang diinfokan saja.
Iya.
Mau aku kasih ini lagi paketan stiker JMK kayak yang kau kasih buat aku waktu seminar dulu soalnya.
Nggak ada, aku kasih, nggak pernah.
Ini masih ada kotaknya di sini, tulisannya sarjana anjir, tapi dalamnya stiker hitam.
Itu namanya blind box, Bang.
Blind box dong.
Kotak buta.
Kotak buta. You should be entering Hoshi control momentarily, folks. Let's put his frequency on standby here. 132350. There we go. About 34 minutes of block time and 24 minutes of airborne time, as you can see. Funnily enough, the fancy icing systems were online just up to about several seconds ago, although we are in clear weather, as you can see. Hi Eric, I just want to check the conditions back there. Are things doing okay? Guess a second climb.
Hello, Captain. Everything is going smoothly back here. The passengers are comfortable and the crew is doing well. Thank you for checking in.
She goes. Some pretty strong headwinds there, about 12 knots, almost turning into crosswind actually. You know, this is like the resultant wind directions. Should be entering the Hoshi control airspace momentarily. Just wait for the ping there. Hopefully any time now. Pak Thomas harusnya bentar lagi ditutut sih.
Aku udah masuk frekuensi mereka.
Anjir, inisiatif.
Tapi belum dipanggil sih. Tapi aku message sih, aku mau AFK soalnya.
Siap-siap. Lah itu Jakarta baru mulai rame, sekarang ada 4 orang. Tapi tetap banyak ATC-nya daripada orangnya. Jakarta is well lit up there.
Frekuensi Vietnam Ho Chi Minh ada yang dimarahin.
Buset, kenapa?
bukan dimarahin sih, kayaknya diingetin, tapi kayaknya isinya rada kesel. Dia dua kali disuruh desain ke flight level 110 tapi kagak turun-turun.
Perkara sulit. Yang mana? Vietnam 104. Just about 11% through the flight this evening, ladies and gentlemen. As I've mentioned, it's quite a long haul flight. I wasn't expecting it to be this far between, you know, Hanoi and Bali, but it seems that I'm bad at geography, which explains why it'll turn out to be quite a long flight. Almost 2 hours into the stream now, ladies and gentlemen. Lah itu Jakarta Radar ada yang buka baru lagi. Kang Syarif lagi.
What a weird day di sana.
Baru kucat itu. Loh, Pak, senternya pun nggak tahu, Pak. Aku chat katanya, aku tanya ada event apa ini kok tumben rame dan pecah-pecah gitu. Dia jawab tahu nih, disuruh buka. Ada sesuatu ini.
Apa kataku? CVHM-nya mau tutup, Pak.
Ah, lama baru 2 jam.
Aku udah ngechat. Terus katanya mau I'm closing soon.
Wah, bad omen ini kalau buat siaan mesti ATC tutup mulu. Unfortunately, folks, Hoshi control is closing, which explains why we haven't been pinged.
Itu barusan ada dimarahin lagi, Cak.
Kenapa sama? Nggak mau desain juga?
Gak tahu pakai bahasa Vietnam.
Aduh. Kamu jawab Apollo event Mega Rexas gitu loh, Pak.
Mau nggak tahu.
Interesting. What a weird day in VATSIM, folks. There are, funnily enough, folks, more controllers online surrounding Jakarta than the number of traffic there. There are just 5 departures and 2 arrivals, but we've got two towers for actually the north and southern towers. Ground controllers online, delivery is online. The Jakarta radar, Jakarta approach is online, Jakarta departure is online. The center that covers the Jakarta section is online, and the Jakarta center, another Jakarta center that controls the eastern side of the airspace is also online. So that's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 controllers online. But still none for Bali, unfortunately. Kayaknya kontrolernya muak gara-gara ini deh. Dia capek ada orang-orang itu yang dimarahin, jadinya signing off.
Nggak tahu ya. Tadi dia ada kali 1 menit ngomong pakai bahasa Vietnam. Nggak ngerti.
Perkara sulit. Above the clouds now, folks, which as you can see, really the sun now really shines upon the fuselage of the Goldenliner, showing off her beautiful colors there.
Untung tadi dia nggak nyampe Noi Bai itu traffic controllingnya. Sampai Noi Bai aku pakai A380 dimarahin ini.
No, A380 ya tulisannya soalnya. current heading 157. Let's synchronize the aircraft heading with the track. 157 that is. There we go. Set. Iya, ujung kontrol nyala, Pak. The whole ujung, Pak.
Ada apa ya di Indonesia?
Aku tanya Syarif, bilang dia pun nggak tahu, Pak. Belum mati lagi ujungnya. Funnily enough, folks, ujung control went online there, but just for a few seconds, and then it went back offline. Strangely enough. Mas Aldo padahal nggak terbang hari ini, dia itu keluar kota bilangnya. Ya, Hoshinya mati, guys. Bad omen ini, Pak Thomas mesti ATC-nya mati. We are second time here. We are now inbound to Cameo or Cahio. So Ulu was the step line point that was initially filed for our flight plan. Hoshi traffic, Abel 1213, step climbing from flight level 360 to flight level 380 inbound waypoint Delta Alpha November, Hoshi traffic. Alamak, salah frekuensi pula. Hoshi traffic, Abel 1213, step climbing from flight level 360 to flight level 380 inbound waypoint Delta Alpha November, Hoshi traffic. think it's our first step climb for this evening. Ujung kontrolnya buka lagi. Sorry, apa? Jakarta Control. Jadi WIFPK Pontianak kayaknya.
Kasihan tuh daerah Medan kadang cover.
Iya lagi. Jangan-jangan mau atis lurus lagi Pak lalu ini.
Bisa dari Sabang Merauke kita atis.
Wah iya. WSJJ Singapura buka ya, tapi kok nggak keluar di VATSIM radar ya?
Apa-apa?
WSJJ Singapura buka tuh senternya, tapi kenapa nggak muncul di VATSIM radar ya?
Singapura ada? Ada kok, ada aku. Ada kok, dia nyambung sama Pontianak.
Oh iya iya, udah kelihatan. Thank you bang.
Ada yang bawa bomber tuh, B2.
Oh iya. Di atas Malaysia kan?
Iya iya.
Kosenya kok ini sih angkasa kan ini Royal Malaysian Air Force ya. Sejak kapan Malaysia punya B2? Folks, there's quite a funny thing here. There is someone flying a B2 Spirit stealth bomber.
Jangan punya bang, siapa tahu.
Flying in Malaysia, but he's using the Royal Malaysian Air Force call sign of angkasa. Wah, aset tersembunyi nih, bahaya. Skoknya 7700 lah gitu, lagi emergency dia. Ini Saigon apa VVTS kok ada artis ya? Cruising over the coastlines of Vietnam now, ladies and gentlemen, with the South China Sea on our left hand side and mainland Vietnam on our right hand side, as you can see. Walah we, Jakarta langsung rame tuh, ada 10 pesawat sekarang. Sorry, 10 departure. The Jakarta is getting lit up now, folks. Ironically, the other side of Indonesia doesn't get that much love.
Ada si rame aktif dah.
Yoi. What a beautiful looking aircraft, isn't she? Take a look at that, folks. There goes the mountain ranges of Vietnam there, on the southern part of the country now. Hi Erica, just a quick question. What's the name of the mountain range beneath us?
Hi Captain. The mountain range beneath us is the Annamite Range. It's quite a beautiful sight from up here.
There she goes. as the approach, which is online at Tan Son Yat, Saigon. Be approaching Dalat momentarily. Currently cruising at a ground speed of about 500 knots, which is more than sufficient, gotta say. It's not too slow and it's not that fast either. What a beautiful mountain range there beneath us, and the photogrammetry data is surprisingly good around here. This is definitely better than the terrain vector data that we have in Indonesia. You can probably tell through the stream there. let's tune into the 80s frequency of Saigon, shall we? 128.0.
Food about 5 or Papa 6 and hold short of runway 25 left. All aircraft request to follow ATC instructions at gate. This stands for Rapid Information Symbol. Stands from Rapid Information Symbol. Report 1,400 UTC. Departure runway 25 left. Arrival runway 25 right.
Slowing down just to about 489 knots now, unfortunately.
And 260, travel change. Temperature 29, response to cloud. Fuel engine 100, 75 hours. After taking Papa Abba, Front Papa 5, or Papa 6, and hold shorter runway 25 left. All aircraft request to follow ATC instructions at gate. This was done from the information cargo.
Mid. System check as we cruise along. Good center tanks are empty, as you can see. And this is like what I've mentioned several times through this channel. The 787 has lower cabin altitude than other contemporary airliners due to its advanced PAX systems, as well as the air supply systems and the overall the pressurization system of the aircraft being electric. It also has higher cabin humidity, which means that the air is not necessarily as dry as it is in other jetliners. As you probably saw earlier, we did dual engine starts with the Dreamliner, which can be done thanks to the engines of the aircraft being electrically powered instead of pneumatically powered during startup phases. Draws electricity from, the engines draw electricity from the APU to spin them to a certain RPM on the N2 and the N1 before we then introduce fuel. Unlike in more traditional jetliners where the APU bleed air spins the fans of the N2 and the N1 stages of the engines of the aircraft during start, which means that the air conditioning on the packs need to be turned off in, say, more conventional aircraft, or in the Dreamliner's case, the packs can still be engaged when the engines are being started, thanks to its electrically powered engine starter procedures, as I mentioned earlier, which is a very cool thing, to be honest. On the other hand, folks, it appears that Mas Dharma is currently streaming as well, of flying a 777-300ER from Kuala Lumpur to Bangkok. You can head over to his TikTok channel to watch his live stream if you want to. Loh, ini keseluruhan Jakarta Radar malah nyala sekarang. About a quarter way down 3-hour stream or 3-hour flight this evening, ladies and gentlemen. About 3 hours away from Bali. Some stutters there, unfortunately, as you probably saw. Clear skies all around us, but looks fit. Although we are currently experiencing some crosswinds, or more precisely headwinds with some crosswind components, that is, which reduces our ground speed just about 490 knots. Hope you are enjoying the stream so far, ladies and gentlemen. In case that you have just joined us this evening, please kindly hit the like button on the left hand side of the live stream, share your thoughts down beneath in the live chat, and perhaps in the comment section as well once this live stream has ended. You can also share this live stream with your friends and colleagues in case that you want to share our adventures together in the wide blue skies. And also, if you haven't done so, please kindly subscribe to the Abel Jets Virtual Group YouTube channel and hit the bell button just right next to it so that you will not miss any future contents that we will make. On the other hand, folks, Saigon, the city of Saigon, that is, should be somewhere on our right hand side now. Roughly. Clear skies all around us this morning, folks. All is good weather by the looks of it this time around in Vietnam, I suppose. Or maybe not as well, considering that we took off out of Hanoi with some SIGMATs around us. Take a look at that platform view, folks. Beautiful, isn't it? On the other hand, we should be leaving the eastern coasts of Vietnam momentarily into the South China Sea and transiting into Singapore radar, hopefully in the next half an hour or so. about 30% through our journey this evening, or this morning, depending if you are referring to the simulated time or the real world time. It's not my time zone, it's now 21:38, 9:38 PM that is. Singapore radar is closing, unfortunately. Probably see. Wah, Pak Thomas ini memang benar pengusir ATC kayaknya. Singapura radar pun closing loh.
Bahaya.
Dharma is already airborne by the looks of it, ladies and gentlemen, heading towards Bangkok in a 777 300ER operating for Gulf Air. Lots of aircraft departing out of Jakarta now, considering that it's got quite literally full ATC coverage, top to bottom. Almost midday by the looks of it, according to the simulated time. As you can see, the sun is definitely high on the skies already. Thomas should be somewhere ahead of us, according to TCAS, that is. No joy. "46 knots of crosswind, ladies and gentlemen, that's just insane." Unfortunately, as we head towards the southeast, that crosswind's gonna turn into a direct headwind, as I suppose. Just not what we want, actually. Turning just over the there was like a VOR there underneath, the Papa Tiger Hotel VOR, that is. And into the South China Sea we go. About 3 hours to go, give or take, before we arrive into Bali this morning.
Radio check.
5 Pak Siahaan.
Halo, tadi Singapura nyala tuh kok mati ya?
Dirimu pengusir ATC soalnya Pak, kalau ada dirimu terbang ATC pada mati. As I said, it's bad omen. Tuh Jakarta seluruh-seluruhnya sampai buka tuh Pak.
Itulah, tadi harusnya kita di Jakarta ya.
Ya nggak tahu juga ya kalau mau ada acara gede-gedean gitu masalahnya.
Ya biasanya di Discord tuh ada apa notifikasinya kalau mau flag bareng. Ini nggak ada sih tadi, aku buka.
Makanya if you see out of Soekarno-Hatta, it's like an exodus Pak Thomas.
Oh iya.
But I say this is just like a reactive result from, you know, many ATCs opening up.
Ini aku aja apa Jakarta radar itu ada berpart-part?
Iya emang makanya kok tumben segmented banget. Biasanya cuma Jakarta radar aja yang nyala satu. Kalau yang real life kan gitu, mesti segmented banyak gitu, gak mungkin cuma satu. Tadi ujung kontrol nyala pak, tapi cuma kayak 30-an detik.
Masih ada ground south sama ground north. BTW kamu udah nyicip A380 kristal belum?
Udah, kan udah aku buatin itunya, packnya udah masuk ke Mediafire juga.
Nah, mantap.
Di model matchingnya juga udah ada, cuma kayaknya dirimu kan masih pakai yang versimu, jadinya belum nongol di model matching.
I see.
Kristalnya sampai 2018 ya pak?
Sebenarnya gampang loh itu, cuma yang 2018 itu jelek gak sih?
Ya tapi kan heritage juga pak. Kamu berani ngatain itu jelek, aku udah pernah repaint A321 warna oranye kuning hijau loh. Cari aja di streamnya di YouTube ini, ada kok. Yang Jakarta ke Bangkok kalau nggak salah.
Ya nanti itu cenderung gampang sih.
Siap. Pak, tadi kamu pas AFK ada B2 Spirit loh pak. Dari mana tuh? Di Malaysia ke Kuala Lumpur. Ke Kuala Lumpur.
Oh iya, ada B2 tadi.
Iya. About 3 hours into the stream now, ladies and gentlemen.
Tapi ini kamu nge-repaint yang sayapnya itu pakai itu ya? Pakai apa namanya? Yang tekstur kotornya gitu?
Ya itu di paint kit biasa kok, cuma pakai Photoshop.
Ya soalnya yang kalau aku nge-repaint dia aku putihin emang biar dia clean banget. Jadi pesawatnya kayak brand new, bersih. Terus kamu apply sayapnya kotor tuh.
Oh ya udah, ntar ku matiin aja dirtnya.
Boleh. Soalnya kalau yang kulihat, kalau yang special livery lebih bagus kalau dia clean. Tapi kalau yang livery standar kayak MCC gitu, dibikin dirt gak apa-apa karena kayak liverynya bagus aja gitu, sayang di dirt.
Boleh. Yuk, some starters there, unfortunately. This is like a mid-spec laptop, unfortunately. Yeah, it does its job, but not always the most optimum in many cases. Ayo, ujung kontrol buka.
Harusnya jalan jam 4 gak sih tadi kita kalau mau ujung kontrol buka?
Hari ini tapi nggak ada ujung kontrol buka sih Pak. Dari tadi pagi Jakarta mulu. Aku kan pas bawa medok dapet Jakarta Radar. Ayolah, kasihan nih saudara-saudara kita yang di Indonesia Timur nih, kenapa gak dapat ATC nih, kesenjangan sosial. Dulu Pak, coba ke Shanghai Control Pak. Niscaya kupingmu bakal panas Pak. Into the South China Sea we go, ladies and gentlemen. Not even half way down through this evening stream, fortunately. About 2.5 hours to go. Pak Thomas, coba cari pesawat MD-11, call saja FedEx 55 kilo, lihat nama orangnya. Coba dicari. Baru habis take off dari itu tuh dia, Saigon dia. Wah buset, menyala terang betul Jakarta tuh, 80s-nya banyak yang buka. Alright folks, as we cruise along the South China Sea, I'm going to take a break for the next couple of dozens of minutes. As usual, if there is anything that goes out of the ordinary, please do let me know through the live chat. I'll be monitoring the comment section of this YouTube channel through my phone. Yeah, but fingers crossed nothing bad will happen, but also fingers crossed, hopefully there will be some ATC coverage as we head over to Bali. Till then, I'll see you guys in the next couple of minutes. Take care for now. See you in a bit. Alright folks, I'm back in the flight deck. Fortunately nothing bad happened when I went AFK. But on the other side, on the other hand, unfortunately there's still no ATC coverage as far as we are speaking. It's quite ironic since Jakarta is fully chilled this evening. Almost halfway through our flight this evening, ladies and gentlemen, from Hanoi, Noi Bai International Airport down to Ngurah International Airport here in Bali. Get 3.5 hours into the stream now. Fortunately, as I've said, there is yet to be any ATC covering eastern part of Indonesia. Whilst in contrast, the western side of the country is fully covered by ATC. skimming over the borders of Jakarta control now. It's quite ironic, considering that we will not be entering the airspace this evening, or this morning rather, according to the simulated time, that is. On the other hand, folks, we should be approaching Sarawak on the island of Borneo momentarily into Brunei, whereas the Brunei VOR is among one of the waypoints that we have this evening. We're halfway through the stream this evening now, ladies and gentlemen. Flying into some cloud layers now, by the looks of it, folks. Let's just head back into the flight deck and check if there is some significant weather ahead of us. I remember there was like some sigmas around this area, but yeah, that's definitely down beneath us. Not within our cruising altitude, by the looks of it. The way the radar also hasn't detected anything. The anti-icing systems are online now, automatically, as you can see. I had already requested the uplift the descent form last page. Quite strange. Valid with data. About 30 knots of headwind now. Reducing our ground speed just to about 470 knots. Hours and 11 minutes flight time. That's the other side of the aircraft, the left-hand wing, through the cabin. company calling.
Go ahead, company.
Active runway di Ngurah Rai 27 atau 09 ya?
Kelihatannya jadi 09er ya.
Oke, 09er ya. Berarti sesuai flight plan ya. Checking in the active runway in Bali now. Just open up flight radar 24.
Yep, relax 09er.
Roger, Cap. Runway 09er is currently active by the looks of it.
Berarti Dogma 1 Charlie 09er RMP ya?
Yep, Cap. Agreed to take runway 09 for this morning's travel to Bali, Gusti, Ngurah International Airport, ladies and gentlemen. During that's what flight radar 24 is currently saying, as well as the flight plan that we generated hours ago. It showed runway 09 being active. almost 4 hours into the stream now, ladies and gentlemen. Approaching the island of Borneo momentarily, or Kalimantan, bahasa Indonesia. Hi Erica, just checking in the condition. Back in the average. Going just fine.
Hi Captain, everything is going smoothly back here. The passengers are comfortable and the crew is doing well. Thank you for checking in.
Jakarta Tower is closing, but looks a bit. Selalu mentioned earlier, we hear on with the eye approaching to the airport. We don't know what that is. Let's bid with 5 knots crosswind. Good. Sarawak now. Clean those bad layers somewhere. Set up our arrival into Bali whilst the aircraft is doing that on F09 via Kuta, Lukma 1 Charlie arrival. Then at Kuta must be 3,000 feet. There we go. Delta, I'll set up the situational awareness rings. Bearing 087. Don't ask me how I know. 087. No, should be 15 instead. Why did I put 25? Silly me. 08710 and 087. But 6 miles instead of 5. Check on the plan page. There we go. The SA rings are there. Hi Erica, could you please bring a cup of tea to the flight deck? Thank you.
Okay, Captain. I'll bring a cup of tea to the flight deck right away.
Alright, thank you so much.
You're welcome, Captain.
One, 2, 3, 210 is the company frequency, as I've mentioned earlier. In case that you want to, in case that you want to chat alongside us in this evening's group flight, you can head over to that frequency. It's the minimum 280, 320 feet. That'll be. That with 40 feet clearance. Okay, 320 feet. Because Thomas turning over the Brunei VOR under Seri Begawan, that is. Here's the hood. reminds me of fighter planes. As some of you might know, I used to fly F-AJSY Hornets in DCS World. So I'm quite familiar with this sort of hoods. You know what, Box? We'll do a hard landing into Ngurah, shall we? Yeah, that'll be pretty interesting, I suppose. Considering that we've never done that in the 7-8. Midday now it is, over Brunei Darussalam. There goes the western coastlines of Brunei. You can see down beneath. Turning over the Brunei VOR now. Yep, still no ATC as far as we are speaking, folks. For Bali, unfortunately. Flying into some cloud layers now. About 4 hours into the stream now, ladies and gentlemen, as far as we are speaking. It's been quite a journey. Primarily because I wasn't expecting the distance between Hanoi and Bali to be that far. I thought it would be just like a 3-hour long flight, or you know, at worst 3.5 hours, but it's almost 5. 4 hours and 40 minutes of block time, that is. There goes the beautiful nose of the 787. See? Dreamliner, or the Goldenliner to be precise, in this special livery that Abel Jets MCC operates. should be well within the Ujung control airspace now. The eastern side of the Indonesian airspace. Well, the good news, folks, our ground speed has now increased to about 500 knots from 470-ish, which is always a nice welcome addition. By the looks of it also, Dharma is currently on approach into Bangkok. Hope you are enjoying the live stream so far, ladies and gentlemen. Still quite a long way to go, isn't it, folks? Oh, but at least our top of descent is somewhere around there, around 500-ish miles to go. As usual, we'll now realign the heading select. The heading selector knob with the aircraft's current track of 181 degrees. Funnily enough, the engine NCIs and the wing NCIs are on, although it's quite clear out here. Now a tailwind, sorry, a crosswind with some slight tailwind component as far as it goes. And this is not a headwind anymore. It's always appreciated. Alright folks, I'll be taking a quick rest for the next couple of dozen of minutes I suppose. If there is anything that goes out of the ordinary as usual, please do let me know through the live chat. I'll be monitoring the chat box. And I shall see you guys momentarily. Okay, for now. folks, I'm back in the flight deck. And by the looks of it, according to VATSIM radar, there are 2 additional traffic that are heading towards Bali this afternoon. One of them is actually a very special aircraft, I suppose. It's a Russian Federal State Bureau Ilyushin Il-96. Which is not necessarily an aircraft that you would see often, at least in this part of the world. RSD-464 is its call sign. You can probably see through VATSIM radar. Departing out of Tbilisi, Georgia, towards Bali. On the other hand, it appears that Dharma has landed and has also concluded his live stream this evening, whilst we are still in cruise. About 4.5 hours into the stream now, ladies and gentlemen. And about let's see. According to VATSIM radar, we are about an hour to go from Bali. I mean, I can just track the legs page on the aircraft's FMC, but I'm just too lazy to do that. It's just much easier to look at VATSIM radar and, you know, take a look at how much time we have left in the air. Flying over the island of Borneo now, ladies and gentlemen, in case that have just joined us this evening, or this afternoon rather, according to the simulator time. About an hour to go. an hour to go. This is nothing, folks, compared to some of the more extreme long-haul flights we've done before. The longest we've done in this channel was, I think that was earlier this year when we took the fly-by-wire A380X for the first time in this channel. We flew from Amsterdam to Jakarta non-stop. That was like 14 to 16 hours long, I can't really remember. But the stream was, you know, capped at the 12-hour long mark, so the arrival into Jakarta, that was delayed by YouTube, unfortunately, because the stream went past the 12-hour replay limit that was set by YouTube. It's quite a shame, considering that we had ATC coverage on approach, on arrival. We had Sharif manning Jakarta radar back then. What a beautiful looking aircraft, isn't she? And I've said that like a dozen of times already, but you know, that's just a fact, isn't it? A beautiful looking livery, a beautiful livery on a very good looking aircraft. That's just perfect. Let's see, how close are we to our top of the set now? There it is, about 300 miles to run. Gun speed's now still the same, about 500 knots, give or take. You know what, folks, I've just remembered that the top of descent calculator on board the 787, at least in this iteration in Microsoft Flight Simulator, it calculates the TOD point very closely into the airport, so the descent usually is very steep, at least in you know, the source of default 787s and its derivatives, such as the Horizon 789 and the Ngurah 788. I don't know if the real Dreamliner does that as well. You know, setting the TOD point very close to the destination airports, which results in a very steep descent profile. If there are any 787 pilots who are watching this live stream and happen to know the real deal, please do let me know. I'd love to hear your opinion through the live chat or perhaps in the comment section as well once this live stream has ended. What I did was I lowered the cost index significantly to just 5 units there, and the TOD point went a bit further from the airport, but still, no pun intended, it is still quite close to the airport per se. You know, if it was like if we were flying like a 737, the PMDG 737 that is, or the iFly 737 Max, or actually the 777 chassis, which is more say apple to apple with the Dreamliner, the TOD point would have been like somewhere between the TOD point and the 160 mile range that we are seeing on the left hand side ND now. Yeah, that's just my opinion. 95 cents, I suppose. Almost there, ladies and gentlemen. Mas Lukman! Happy flying, Abel! Is this the Ngurah 787? Thank you very much, Mas Lukman, for stopping by. I hope you are enjoying this live stream so far. And no, this is the default 787-10 by Asobo. We flew the Ngurah 787, I think that was 2 or 3 weeks ago, from Kuala Lumpur to Balikpapan with Mas Aldo and the other members of the group flight. Unfortunately, Mas Aldo is not flying today. He said he's going to another city. That's why me and the boys, we decided to take another route. A bit of our creative courtesy this evening from Hanoi to Bali. Tadi Mas Lukman terbang sama Mas Dharma kah? Ikut yang ke mana tuh? Bangkok dari Kuala Lumpur kayaknya ya. Oh, I'm en route from Beijing to Brunei. I see. Have a wonderful flight. Have a safe flight as well. Did you have any ATC coverage? Because last time I checked, I don't know, it's like half an hour ago, but Shanghai control was online, I suppose. Because this is the funny thing here. I was expecting some ATC coverage in the eastern part of Indonesia, but as you probably saw, all of the ATC service was heavily concentrated on the western part around Jakarta, which had controllers ranging from delivery all the way up to Jakarta control online. I had ATC in Beijing. That's good to hear. Unfortunately, we had no ATC throughout this evening's live stream, but we took off from Hanoi, there was Hoshi control online, but just as we were approaching the airspace boundaries, it went offline, unfortunately. And that cycle, say, was repeated when we approached Singapore centers or Singapore radar's airspace. Yeah, Jakarta was super busy just now. I don't know if there's like an event or something, but I've chatted some of the controllers, and they said, yeah, we were just, you know, going online for no specific reason whatsoever. Just like being impulsive, I suppose. Company calling.
Roger company, aku lagi lihat pesawat Rusia tuh mau ke Bali.
Nah itu dia yang tadi ku bilang, ada illusion bro, jarang-jarang tuh.
Ya long haul ya, jauh banget.
Tbilisi itu di mana sih? Georgia ya?
Ya, sampingnya Azerbaijan.
Mantap. Range-nya cukup ya illusion ya. Aku kira dia apanya range-nya nggak sejauh itu. Livery looks amazing. Thank you very much, Mas Lukman. Thank you very much. It's available on the Mediafire link somewhere in the description of this live stream if you want to download it. It's within our Microsoft Flight Simulator Fleet Pack, that is. It's a special livery that was originally painted in 2021 to commemorate Abel Jets Virtual Group's 7th anniversary. Back then it was only available for Wise Flight Simulator, but recently I brought it to MSFS, that is. Gimana Pak lalu tadi, sorry, engine-nya kenapa sih illusion?
Tadi awalnya aku kira 2, tapi ternyata 4.
Oh iya, dia kan kayak itu kan A340 versi Rusia.
Ya, tipikal pesawat Rusia, kokpit hijau. Terus kayaknya dia masih pakai flight engineer deh.
Masa pakai flight engineer Mas Yon?
Aku nemu ada foto di Wikipedia, dia ada kursi ketiga dan ada panelnya.
Anjir. Padahal setahu aku itu mah Illusion 96 masih diproduksi loh sampai sekarang. Gonna take a quick nap, I'll tune in later, have a good one. Thank you very much Mas Musa for stopping by, have a great one. Have a safe flight back to Brunei as well.
Ya, tapi tombol-tombol di flight engineer-nya kayaknya nggak terbanyak sih.
Berarti kayak semi otomatis gitu ya?
Kayaknya sih ya.
Menarik. Aku suka deh tapi ya kokpit hijau-hijau tuh, soalnya jarang ada selain di pesawat Rusia nggak sih?
Betul.
Setahu aku mau pesawat western yang kokpitnya hijau cuma itu DC-9.
Nah, DC-9.
Ajarin lah bang, kapan lah bang bawa DC-9, kan kamu udah jago tuh. Dia nggak ada itunya ya, ANS-nya ya, berarti VOR ke VOR aja dia ya, VOR to VOR ya.
Aku udah lupa sih, ini DC-9 yang mana. Saya sering ketukar sama mana gitu.
Bahaya.
Kemarin dirimu bawa apa lupa aku.
Kemarin kapan?
Yang dirimu bawa offline.
Oh, Fokker 27.
Nah iya, aku sering ketukar poker sama di istilah apalah. Pokoknya kapal karam gitu.
Wah, iya. Poker 27 ini ya, sama kayak ATR, nggak ada APU-nya. Tambah jauh lebih lambat lagi.
Itu kan bisa ngambang.
Iya weh, kalau ada ground speed, kalau ada headwind kenceng banget bisa hovering gitu dia.
Makanya waktu itu aku kejar sama traffic dari Denpasar, padahal aku start dari Komodo.
Ujung-ujungnya tetap ini kan sampai terakhir kan.
Betul.
Tapi seru weh, pesawatnya hands on gitu dan dia gak banyak sistem yang ribetnya gitu aja sih. Suka aku.
Mantap, sudah mulai suka kekaraman.
Iyalah, menikmati kekaraman yang hitam ya bang.
Bukan yang gitu.
Oh salah ya.
Ya, gemerlap di wilayah Jakarta udah hilang.
Oh iya. Sisa ground doang. Bang Jose lagi itu.
Kayaknya kita nyampenya mirip-mirip sama yang itu deh. Yang dari pesawat Rusia ini apa namanya? 96.
Ilyushin.
Ya, Ilyushin 96. Kayaknya mirip dah. Dia duluan dikit.
Di AIG Traffic ada model matchingnya nggak ya?
Kayaknya nggak ada sih.
Ya paling ntar nongolnya jadi 340 kali ya.
Nah, ya yang paling dekat sih itu.
MSFS butuh pesawat Rusia weh. X-plane itu ada Tupolev 134, Tupolev 154, apa lagi ya? Gak tau ya Ilyushin ada atau enggak, tapi yang jelas ada Tupolev 134 sama 154.
Ya, kalau di MSFS lebih ke modern ya.
Iya, tapi kan lama-lama bosen juga kalau aku ya. Masa baru take off langsung klik LNAV, VNAV, autopilot udah ditinggal tidur. Gak perlu muter-muter knop-knop warna hijau-hijau gitu.
Iya. Apalagi bawa Antonov lah, harus ke belakang depan.
Aduh, Antonov lagi. Aku beneran gak tertarik buat belajar Antonov bang. Kalau itu kayaknya udah ribetnya udah luar biasa. Aku pas lihat kamu bawa itu di kampus.
Aku sih belum hafal juga, tapi masih pakai checklistnya MSFS.
Gila.
Itu pesawat flat engine aja butuh berapa menit?
Kalau take off langsung ini ya. Kalau aku lihat di YouTube kayak nggak ada di rated take off ya. Setiap take off pasti full power terus ya.
Biasanya sih gitu ya, nggak ada apa ya, nggak ada settingan.
Bahaya. Terus yang kayak tongkat itu buat apa bang? Yang pernah kamu tunjukin itu loh?
Itu buat reverse.
Reverse terusnya pakai tongkat?
Nggak tongkat, itu kayak apa ya? Totalnya kan ada 6 ya. Itu kayak apa, nyatuin buat dimundurin kalau salah. Itu gede lagi maksudnya, storing apa buat store-nya aja tuh harus di tekuk gitu, agak panjang.
Bahaya.
BTW yang bawa ilitin itu orang Rusia beneran.
Oh ya?
Lihat aja Airbus-nya.
Oh iya.
Nggak tahu sih, mungkin orang bisa aja naruh Airbus punya negara lainnya.
Wih, ini auto breakku kenapa nggak mau diselect anjir? Kalau kamu lihat di stream dia kayak itu lompat balik, jepret balik ke disarm. Ada yang tahu kira-kira kenapa? I can't seem to set my auto brake step-ups.
Baru sekali bawa 787.
This is weird. I can select RTO but not for the approach modes. And that's what takeoff performance. We don't need that. Pak Thomas, wayahe. Ah, that is strange. Now I can set the auto brake settings.
Kalau auto brake itu nggak bisa pakai rem sepatu aja lah.
Ini tiba-tiba bisa bang. Aku nggak tahu, ini aneh banget sumpah. Aku cuma nge-cycle engine page, tiba-tiba bisa sekarang.
Nah, pas itu ada bug doang.
Aneh. Pak Thomas, wayahe, top of descent.
Company calling.
Kapal kargo Banyuwangi. Salah, maksudnya top of descent, Pak.
Ngerinyo.
Cap lalu tuh salah satu korban kapal kargo Banyuwangi.
Korban Kapten Fajar.
Bahaya.
Ini jomo kali dia.
Tidak perlu membahas hitam-hitam di sini. Mike, hi Bang, hi, welcome on board this evening's live stream. Hope you are enjoying it so far, Mike.
Jadi aku dari tadi ngomong sebenarnya nggak masuk di kalian, miku rusak.
Oh alah, aku kira tidur.
Pantas sepi.
Pak Tom, kita approach bareng Illusion loh.
Iya, aku dari tadi jawabin kalian bahas Illusion, cuma ternyata nggak masuk.
Perkara sulit.
Ayo balapan sama Illusion.
Udah dia duluan kayaknya itu.
Long haul lo itu dari Georgia langsung ke Tbilisi itu. Alright folks, about 80 miles from our top of descent. Let's set up our approach speed there. 149 knots will be our VREF.
Ya, terbangnya tinggi juga lagi, 41.000 feet.
Anjir, kuat juga ya ini Illusion ya. Let's do the approach briefing, shall we? As far as we are speaking, still no ATC, so it appears that it'll be Unicom all the way down to Bali. First things first, we'll be taking the Dogma 1 Charlie Star into runway 09 this evening. As you can see on the charts, at Dogma we must be at flight level 230 or lower, and then flying towards Aknoon. Sukso, at Manis we must be at flight level 150 as you can see there. Then at Ninam, into Gunap we must be at most 9,000 feet and at least 6,000 feet. To Cario, and then into Kuta. Well, just set our initial approach altitude to 3,000 feet there.
Harusnya dia udah descent sih.
The transition level standard across Indonesia, flight level 130 that is. You can see the MSA around the airport reference point on the western side is 2,000 feet, 3,000 feet on the eastern side, 3,500 feet on the northern side, up to 15 miles from the ARP, and it also increases to 9,700 feet beyond 15 miles. We'll be taking the RNP approach into runway 09 this evening. As you can see, the final approach course is, as usual, 087 degrees. Don't ask me how I remembered this value when we inputted it into the fixed page like an hour ago or so. Platform altitude will be 1,700 feet. The minimum is 320 feet, which is basically 280 feet plus 40, the buffer altitude that we use to let the engines spool up in case that we need to do a go around and the engines take some time to spool up. Airport elevation 14 feet, basically sea level. The MSA we've discussed about that on the approach charts. In case of a misapproach, we will climb on course 087 at or above 2,000 feet, turn right direct to Kuta, 3,000 feet for holding or as instructed by the ATC. Transition level, as we've discussed, standard across Indonesia, flight level 130 that is. The initial approach fix is at Kuta, we've set that to be 3,000 feet exactly. Then to Delta 403, 404, and for the final approach leg towards the runway, Bali. It's a non-standard 2.9 degree glide path all the way to touchdown, which we'll need to take into consideration for. Which means we'll be in a slightly shallower descent angle.
Reaching top of descent, descending.
Touchdown. Yep. We'll have to take into consideration for. It's 5 miles from the final approach fix all the way to touchdown. The visibility RVR is 1,500 feet. Sorry, 1,500 feet as well. primary threats for this evening will be pilot complacency as well as fatigue. Because, you know, we've been flying for the past 4.5 hours or so. We'll try to vacate via November 3 if possible. It's a very simple taxi, you know, just taxiing towards the west into November Papa. Parking somewhere on the international gates there. Besides any of those, do you have any questions, comments, or concerns, Cynthia? Yeah, that should complete our arrival briefing. Set this one to terrain, leave this one in the weather mode for the time being. There's some weather cells on our left hand side there, but it should not interfere with us by any means possible. Hi Eric, I just want to let you know that we will be starting our initial descent into Bali in about 5 to 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you for the update, Captain. I'll prepare the cabin for descent.
Set the initial descent altitude to 130. What level that is? You know what, we haven't done the descent checklist, so we can do just that. Descent checklist, recall. That is checked. Auto brake level 3 checked. Landing data, VRF 149, minimums 320 feet checked. Approach briefing is complete. Descent checklist is complete. And as I've mentioned earlier, we'll try to do a hard landing, an HUD landing, for the first time in this YouTube channel's history, I suppose. Because I very rarely use the HUD on board a civilian airliner. It's midnight now in the city where I live. Well beyond midnight. Wih, itu illusion belum turun loh sampai sekarang.
Tiduran kali.
Kayaknya ya. Tapi lucu juga kalau ketiduran dia tadi waktu di Jakarta kontakan sama ATC soalnya. Five hours into the stream now, ladies and gentlemen, that's quite insane. We haven't done such long streams in a while, have we? Ada toa terbang, guys. Coba tuh cari toa 5657. Should be approaching our top of descent anytime now. Just well above it.
Oh, yang di bawah itu ya?
Iya.
Oh, wah. Wah, ini sih fix Illusion ketiduran sih. Bangunin di unicorn.
Tut, wakey. Take us out, COG. You could probably hear in the background that the engines are pulling down. Hopefully it's not a very steep descent. Yep, should be good. Saya di setting ya.
Oke, aku ngerem dikit.
B2 bombernya mana tadi?
Udah landing lah.
Ya. Oh, it's getting a bit steep. Help the aircraft slow down here.
Nah, Illusion baru mulai desain tuh. Apakah dia menganut sistem seat design?
Waduh, tactical design jangan-jangan.
Mari kita lihat.
Some weather cells on our left, which is confirmed.
Aku desain juga ya.
Yep. There goes the Bali VR. Receiving the signal on the VOR receivers on board. Ini aku doang apa Emirates A380 yang di belakang kita ngebut banget ya? Kok tahu-tahu udah sampai Madura aja? Pakai time compression kayaknya ya?
Kayaknya gitu.
Kayak baru 5 menit lalu dia di atas Semarang, kok tahu-tahu udah sampai Madura. Lebih cepat dari Concorde anjir.
Aku malah gak nyadar dari sini.
Udah persis deket ekormu tuh Pak, lalu tuh.
Dan dia masih 38.000 feet. 39. Cuma kalau VATSIM radar kayaknya dia nggak bisa deteksi time compression ya, soalnya speednya juga cuma speed normal gitu. Kalau dia nggak tahu-tahu melonjak jadi 1000 atau berapa gitu. Soalnya dia ngedetek posisi sama value yang di pesawatnya.
Oh, kalau time compression speed di pesawat itu nggak jadi ribuan ya, jadi tetap normal gitu ya?
Iya, tetap normal.
Oh, pantesan.
Anjir, itu desain cepet banget desainnya.
Pak, lalu cek speed Pak.
Decimal X4.
Iya, kayaknya dirimu terlalu ngebut Pak, di slow down. Kalau bisa aku cuma 254 knots ini.
Oke, siap.
Dirimu nggak kena ini toh, altitude restriction toh. Kayaknya ada waypoint apa tadi di belakang harus 23.000 feet atau lebih rendah gitu.
Nah, ini aku mau switching ke manual desain aja, soalnya pin aku nggak mau desain.
Oh, oke.
Guys, jaga jarak guys. Itu apa, ilyusinnya, bensinnya habis.
Bensinnya habis.
Ya, barusan aku di-chat sama dia.
Bilang gimana?
Hello, can I land first because I don't have any more fuel.
Anjir, kasihan banget. Lah ngapain dia tanya, orang dia udah nomor 1 kok di antriannya. Udah depan sendiri.
Memastikan aja kayaknya.
Tapi lihat speednya memang kayaknya gliding gak sih? Ground speednya cuma 240 anjir.
Itu dia.
Walah, aku dikejar paus.
Udah di ekornya persis lagi.
Ada paus di ekorku.
There's the second descent. Aduh bro, gak ada ATC bro.
Kurang beruntung guys.
Kalau bawa ada selalu ini ya, ATC-nya kayaknya mati ya. Takut sama siahaan ini emang ATC-nya.
Tapi tadi saya sudah kontak si itu loh, apa namanya, si Ho Chi Minh. Lah mati dia.
Lah iya, pada takut sama kamu. Terlalu kuat memancarkan aura hitam soalnya.
Bahaya.
Alamak.
Bahaya, Ci.
Pak Abel, kamu kayaknya perlu percepat deh. Itu kasihan Pak, lalu dikejar 380 dan semakin dekat tuh loh.
Yo, aku naik ke 300 ya. Bentar, gak ada speed restriction kan? Gak ada lah, oke.
Nggak ada edisinya, nggak ada polisinya kok, aman.
Police on the move.
saatnya memasang lagu Starlove.
Gilih. Just increase our speed slightly here to give to make some separation with Lalu. Yep, Lalu, ground speed check.
Standby. Ground speed 381.
Okay, I'm increasing to about 440 ya.
Roger. Aku lagi ngejar altitude bentar ini full speed juga deh.
Good luck, Cap. Over 8,000.
Aku perhatiin kok mesin 777 ini bisa goyang-goyang ya.
Apanya goyang-goyang?
Mesin 777.
Vibration maksudnya?
Ya, kayaknya vibration deh. Aku kira tadi botnya lepas.
Zir.
Ngeri juga.
There's a speed restriction at Moon up there to close your rail.
Tapi itu pengalaman unik sih. Kejatuhan GE 90.
Wahaya.
Langsung gepeng.
Hancur leh.
Mengingat portir aja bisa digergaji di pulau sebelah Bali, apalagi kejatuhan GE 90 harusnya lebih masuk akal deh.
Kira-kira orang mana tuh Pak yang mortar apa? Itu bukan itu Jir, bukan apa namanya? Bukan itu torpedo bukan?
Anti submarine.
Nah ya itu.
Tidak usah dibicarakan di sini. Bahaya nanti. Separation udah cukup lah ya.
Cukup, tapi belakangku kayaknya ngebutan.
Aku return to normal speed ya. Descend to Bali now, already human. About 5.5 hours into the stream. Pak Thomas jangan overshoot landasan kayak waktu di Mesir ya.
Oh enggak, aman.
Jump. Set.
Itu dulu di Mesir tuh overshoot gara-gara apa? Reversernya nggak nyala, bro.
Bahaya.
Auto brake-mu udah nyala belum?
Udah level 3. Finish set 1011 passing 12,200 feet. Now track 1. We'll just leave this one on standby. Sorry, on standard. That as well. Approach checklist, folks. Approach checklist altimeters 1011 set. Approach checklist is complete. Standing by for the landing checklist. Down to 3,000. Pak lalu masih dikejar paus dia.
Iya.
Weh, kamu besok tes flight nggak? Pak lalu kan Sabtu ya, aku baru inget.
Ada sih, tapi jam setengah 8.
Setengah 8 pagi.
Iya. Itu baru berangkat, jadi slow aja.
Wah, ya sih. 10,000. Pause the music for arrival. Cabin crew 10 minutes to landing.
Thank you for the update, Captain. I'll prepare the cabin for landing.
For the traffic, Abel 16 Foxtrot on established on runway 09. You are approach number 2 for landing. Behind for final traffic.
We expect a smooth landing shortly. Thank you.
Expects a smooth landing. Alright, let's do it. Let's do it. You have to do it, folks. For Erica. Take the hood down. Almost there, folks. Standing by for the landing checklist. $3,000 at Kuta. Flaps 1. Check flaps 1. Going to Unicom. On the speed brakes. You shouldn't do that. Come on. Should be flying the speed box, sorry, the flap gates, the flap speed limits. Engaged. Flaps 5. Ngurah traffic Abel 1213 is established on the final course runway 09 RV R10 miles from touchdown. Ngurah traffic.
2500.
Fading all teams will dive.
Ngurah traffic Abel 16 Foxtrot leaving the runway is vacated. Ngurah traffic.
Thank you, Pak Thomas. Clear weather in Bali this evening. Cabin crew, seats for landing please. 6 miles. Start lowering down.
Okay, Captain, gracious for landing. I'll prepare the cabin for arrival.
You're down. You're F1453, that'll be. Letting checklist. Letting checklist is complete. Back. Disconnecting automatic side control. Ngurah traffic, Abel 1213, short final runway 09, Ngurah traffic. Continue. Down, speed breaks up. Pressure's normal. -60 knots, manual brakes. Minus 35 feet per minute, ladies and gentlemen, not bad at all. There goes Thomas in the Abel Jets A380 Crystal Special Livery.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Bali. We have just landed at Ngurah International Airport. The local time is 12:24 p.m. Thank you for flying with Abel Jets Flight 1213. We hope you enjoyed your journey with us. Did you know that Bali is known as the Island of the Gods? It's famous for its stunning beaches and vibrant culture. Please remain seated until we reach our final parking position. On behalf of Captain Faza Abel, First Officer Cynthia Schmidt and the entire crew, we wish you a wonderful stay in Bali.
Ngurah traffic, runway 09 high speed vacated Ngurah traffic. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Ngurah Bai International Airport in Bali.
Ngurah traffic, Indonesia 256 now. Final course runway 09, Ngurah traffic.
Cabin crew, disarm doors and slides, please.
Okay, Captain. All doors disarmed and slides are in the correct position.
Takes 10 Alpha 16. Flaps are still out. Expect it.
air traffic, Indonesia 256, now shop final runway 09 and Ngurah.
The APU is still offline. Around the APU. Plane spot Lalo whilst we wait for the APU to scroll up. The illusion should be somewhere out there. Oh, he has disconnected, unfortunately. And nowhere to be seen. And take it slowly. That's quite a steep descent, ladies and gentlemen. The spoilers are out. Is he going around? No. Yeah, he's committed to landing. Over the threshold. And down he goes, safe and sound. Garuda Indonesia surely has a beautiful livery, isn't it?
Runway 09 has been located north traffic.
Alright, let's power down the engines. So we've got the APU running. APU is running. Power down the aircraft. Because the jetway being connected. Alright, shutdown checklist, parking brake set. Shutdown checklist is complete. And that's it, folks. Our flight this evening from Hanoi, Noi Bai International Airport to Bali, Ngurah International Airport. It's been quite a journey, hasn't it? About 5 hours of stream time and 4 hours and 40 minutes of vlog time. Haven't done such long streams in a while, have we? Goes. All members of the crew of flight are safe and sound on the ground. Let's take some screenshots before we conclude this evening's live stream, folks. There we go. There goes Thomas in the Abel Jets MCC A380 in the Crystal Special Livery. On the other hand, we've just had another A380. Oh, he's going around. He's going around. Or perhaps he was doing a fly pass or something. There's an Emirates A380.
Emirates go around.
Oh yeah. Alright folks, with that I think we can officially conclude this evening's live stream. First things first, I would like to... Oh, oops. Is boarding complete? Not yet. Yeah, we'll wait for deboarding to complete, and then we'll dismiss Erica and we'll, as usual, close off the live stream. Unfortunately, we had no ATC coverage whatsoever this evening, but yeah, it is what it is. Funnily enough, Jakarta ground is still online at this hour. But yeah, at least we made it safely to Bali this evening.
Bapak nyala logo like-nya nyalain dong.
Tempat aku kayaknya udah nyala deh.
Siap. Aku udah nyala belum?
Oke, udah, bentar. Aku mau ambil foto. 747 logo light-nya kecil banget ya, nggak terlalu kelihatan. Kayak 787 kan terang tuh.
Apa karena model matching? Kayak FSLTL atau AIG gitu kan?
Oh iya, bisa jadi sih.
What a beautiful platform shot, folks. Let's see, is boarding complete? Almost. Baggage unloading is now complete.
Wahai Sang Garuda, atas nama segenap bangsa Nusa Antara, tanah air tumpah darah, tanah kami lahir, hidup, dan tumbuh dalam kebinekaan yang indah, serta kedamaian abadi. Terima kasih telah senantiasa bersemayam menjaga bumi Nusantara.
You know what, folks, I think it'll take forever just to wait for Erica to deboard all of the passengers. Let's just dismiss her now and her crewmates. The rest will be GSX basically. Yeah, it'll not be too late for us. It's 1 AM now. Hi Erica, just want to let you know that you've done an amazing job alongside with your crewmates this evening. Thank you very much for flying this evening, and I'm looking forward for our next journey in the skies together. Until then, stay safe and take care. Bye bye.
Thank you, Captain. I appreciate your kind words. It's been a pleasure working with you and the crew. Looking forward to our next journey together. Take care.
There she goes.
Halo bapak-bapak semua. Kalau sudah foto-foto aku mau izin duluan ya.
Oke, makasih ya Pak Lalu, Pak Thomas. Aku juga mau DJ dulu, udah malam. Pak Lalu, safe flight buat besok ya, test flightnya. Semoga lancar jaya. Terima kasih Pak Thomas, Pak Lalu for flying alongside this evening. Makasih banyak udah gabung. See you on the next stream. Until then, thank you for keeping our dreams alive. Sampai jumpa lagi.
Sampai jumpa lagi.
Sampai jumpa.
With that, folks, we can officially conclude this evening's live stream. I'd like to thank Thomas Cook 221, Corporate President of Abel Jets Virtual Group, and Lalu, First Officer at Abel Jets Virtual Group, for joining us this evening. In case that you are also leaving us now, please kindly hit the like button on the left-hand side of the live stream to help us with the YouTube algorithm. You can also share your thoughts down beneath in the live chat, as well as in the comment sections once this live stream has ended. If you haven't done so, please also subscribe to the Abel Jets Virtual Group YouTube channel for free, and hit the bell button just right next to it so you'll not miss any future contents that we will make. If you want to support us financially, you could also head over to our Social Bus page at www.socialbus.com/AbelJetsGroup, or alternatively you can also scan the QR code that is provided on the left hand side of live stream, and any small soft donations are greatly appreciated. With that, folks, I think we can conclude this evening's live stream. Again, thank you very much for watching from the beginning till the end. Stay tuned in our YouTube channel for our next adventures in the skies together. But until that time comes, this is Freezing Falcon from Abel Jets Virtual Group signing out. Thank you very much for keeping our dreams aloft, and we shall see you guys in the next one, hopefully soon. And bye bye for now. Take care.
It all started with a dream to connect the world, bring people closer together, as well as to diversify and unite the virtual skies. The day dawned crisp and clear at Honolulu International Airport. A maiden flight was going to take action.
Honolulu delivery, Abel 100 at seating 01, with information Alpha requesting IFR clearance to Hilo. Abel 100, Honolulu delivery, you are cleared to Hilo via Bali 3 departure, runway 04 left, squawk 1112.
Hilo ground, Abel Link 221, ready to taxi.
Abel Link 221, taxi Link point runway 26 via Echo Alpha.
Taxi to Link point runway 26 via Echo Alpha, Abel Link 221.
Abel 100, wind 22 degrees at 5 knots, runway 26 right, cleared for takeoff. Cleared for takeoff, runway 26 right, Abel 100.
Our founders have their legacy etched upon the horizon. Gaining wisdom from the past, it was then time for the next generations to put their own footprints and leave their legacy in the virtual skies. A new era was about to begin.
from all of us in flight simulation communities.
We are wishing Abel Jets Group happy
10th anniversary. Happy 10th anniversary.
She's got a smile that it seems to me reminds me of childhood memories when everything was as fresh as the bright blue skies. Now and then when I see her face, she takes me away to that special place. And if I stay out too long, I'd probably break down and cry. Sweet child of mine. Love of mine. Sweet child of
Thank you for keeping our dreams aloft. Here's to another 10 years of making progress to connect the world. To the skies, stars, and what lie above all of them. Our real journey has just begun.